Okay, we're back with more Warframe. It's been a few months. I know for folks watching on YouTube, it's super frustrating to see such a long delay between episodes, but this game is on my voting spreadsheet. When it eventually wins the vote, we're going to play it at least once a week back to back until we get to that 100-hour mark. Right now, some subscribers are putting it on their collective sub-block, combining time to get some little intro streams here and there, which are serving to discount the cost of the game on the voting spreadsheet and eventually lead to it winning the vote sometime in the future. But let's pick up where we left off. I have some notes to myself from last episode. We have Europa Junction is available. I want to do Carpa as a level, then go to Europa, and then I think there's some stuff in Saturn that's gated by that. I did adjust the colors on my Warframe before stream started here because I didn't want to be sitting here doing that instead of playing the game. Let's try Carpo. Exterminate, which I think I can handle. This time it's been about 3 months since the last episode, so I'm probably a little rusty, but as usual, suspend the backseating policy a little bit here. What's this? Windows pop up. Hold on. Dismiss it from here. There we go. Game audio seems a little quiet in my ears, so I'm going to turn it up a hair here, but try to monitor it. Let me know if it's too loud or too quiet as we go.
Eliminate all Corpus threats.
Do you have buttons on my mouse for
there are rich enemy supply caches in the area, but I am unable to pinpoint their exact location. Search them out if you are willing to shoulder the added risk.
We want to throw goop on enemies, keep those enemies alive as long as possible. I do want to try to activate my sword sometimes. When I throw my goop on, I don't want to kill immediately, if I recall correctly. Oh, that didn't go very well. Actually, now that I'm playing, it looks like the game audio is quite loud, so I'm going to turn it back down here. Resing is just a cost of XP, right? Hey, Osa, how you doing? What future Marstead novella? I'm getting my ass kicked right now. I feel like I wasn't having this much trouble in earlier missions. I don't know if I'm just behind on gear or what. I thought you wanted to leave the character that you infested alive for as long as possible. Oh, am I like standing in like a turret field? Is that what's kicking my ass here? Part of it anyway. Yeah, I couldn't really tell that that room was full of hazards, unfortunately. I'll have to try to get a better eye for it. I don't know if I've had a mechanic like that in previous stages. Hey Ronan, how you doing? Okay, this puzzle. Yeah, it's quite fun. I got informed last episode that I'm about halfway to starting the story, which is pretty amusing. So is that the fire that we were talking about? I could barely make that out as an effect that is doing anything to me there. Hammer attack is quite nice. Oh, what's happening in 5 days? Are they actually adding some story and material to the beginning of the game? Do you think this game could do with an improvement to the new player experience? I've talked a lot in previous episodes about it having what I'm calling iteration sickness, that it's just been patched so many times that I think it probably makes sense as a product to people who have been playing it for some time, but if you're a brand new player trying to learn how it works, it's a lot of complicated system to try to disentangle from each other. And it has a really strange difficulty curve where it's like almost trivial for the first 10 hours or so, such that you don't really feel like you need to learn how to use your Warframe special abilities, because just running around and shooting everyone is fine. Okay. It's going to be an expansion to the earlier story. So what does that mean for missions I've already done at this point? I'm at the Europa Junction. That's what I'm about to do after this mission. Is there new content if I go back and revisited levels I've already done? Like, I can't really even think of a level I've done that was story related, other than the very first mission, the one that had all the cutscenes. It was actually quite well done, I thought. Everything else has been pretty standard, bog standard, like Diablo procedurally generated map. I guess there's been a handful of quests we've done, but even those felt disconnected from the opening cutscene with the Tenno and Frame waking up and all that fun stuff. As I was recapping, so I have a voting system that determines what games I play, and once they win the vote, I commit to playing them until I finish them. In the case of Warframe, you can't really set a beat condition for the game because the scope is so massive, so right now it's on the voting system as play Warframe for 100 hours and try to do as much story content as possible in that time. That is by far one of the longest games on my spreadsheet. It only really competes with, like, Persona 5 and The Witcher 3, so it will probably be a while before it actually wins the vote. We're playing it here because a couple subscribers have put it on this other system I have that lets me play some games early in sub-block, where subscribers recommend games for me to play for an hour or so at a time. So right now 2 subs are combining their forces to put this game on early, and every hour we play it early, it discounts the cost to vote for it. And then eventually wins the vote, we'll play it with more regularity. But the point of all of that is just to say we probably won't be sinking more than 4 hours every few months into this game until it does win the vote, so plenty of time for new patches and material to get released for it. Is that going to be the end of the story eventually? Yeah, I haven't gotten to what people have described to me as the beginning of the plot yet. I think last episode they said I'm about halfway there now, so... But I'm trying to go through the levels focused on progression first and foremost, so getting as many junction unlocks as possible, doing the quests that the junctions require, that kind of a thing. Oh, shit. Shit, well, that's a late stage in the mission. I guess I died a bunch of times because of all the... because I was, like, standing in fire from a turret for the first 10 minutes of the map. Well, now I know not to do that, or at least I know to look for it. So we'll try that one more time.
Messages in your inbox, operator. They are not as encrypted as they should be.
It's only about halfway through getting the map unlocked, so that's still in the future. Already seen that.
Eliminate all purpose threats. My intel suggests there are rich enemy supply caches in the area, but I am unable to pinpoint their exact location. Search them out if you are...
Now, I know I've asked this in previous episodes, but I haven't actually lost all my lives terribly many times. Like, what all did I keep there from failing the mission? Did I at least keep XP from killing stuff up to that point, or did I lose all of that as well? So failing a mission is really bad in terms of time loss. XP but not loot? Okay. I don't think I looted anything interesting anyway, so... Is this the gas y'all were talking about? I can barely tell that it's happening, if it even is happening. Yeah, I appreciate it. I have some minor issues with player feedback in this game. It's probably a thing that once you play a lot of Warframe, you can kind of see the matrix, so to speak, and understand how it's communicating information to you and what corners of the screen to be paying attention to. But it's alarming that I was able to be standing in like poison gas that was draining my health for a solid 3 or 4 minutes without realizing it, you know? Like, yeah, part of that's I didn't see it, and maybe I wasn't playing as attentively as I should be, but I've certainly played games where it's super obvious that I'm currently taking damage over time from standing somewhere I shouldn't be standing. Imagine it's tough to get... I talked before about how with these live service games, it's really challenging as a developer to justify spending any amount of time on improving the new player experience or the onboarding experience, because it's almost always at the expense of content for your actual, like, hardcore players who are spending the most money. So I can see them improving minor things like that being pretty low on their priority list. It's actually happening right now in RuneScape, that they've spent the last 6 months heavily focused on just, like, improving the basic UI and doing a lot of under-the-hood improvements, and all of the hardcore players are bitching constantly about the lack of endgame content as a result. It's a difficult needle to thread from a developer perspective. On one hand, you need new players coming in to keep your game alive. Right, so that's like the worst possible use of Saren's one ability, right? Throwing a poison glob on somebody and then immediately killing them when they're by themselves. If they were in a group, maybe it would be good. Shit. Try to not stand in that now. I'll kind of make it out a little bit better. Yeah, another thing that I find interesting is this is probably something that this game shares in common with Diablo. Like, a lot of Diablo 2 and then later Diablo 3 builds were based around trying to make resource management go away. Like, to get a build where you effectively have infinite resources, or that your resource generation is insane compared to what you just started with. So, like, the difference in the feel of a character between when you first start playing them and when you have all the upgrades that give you infinite mana is often night and day. I think there's probably something similar going on in this game where, like, all of the frames have these cool abilities that require energy, and it seems like later in the game you get a lot of tools to maybe not have infinite energy, but have enough energy that you can really count on your ability to being up constantly. But the early game, you don't have enough to do it constantly, and, like, just shooting things and whacking it with hammers is good enough a lot of the time. But I think the game, like, actively disincentivizes you from really learning how to use your frame correctly. Killing them near other enemies spreads the spores, as we'll hit them with 3. Okay. So we do want to kill them when they have spores, but... Can I even get up there? I know there's some movement shenanigans for climbing upward with, like, wall jumps and the like. Oh, is this another turret? I can kind of see that. That gives me this one. Doesn't look like that's enough height to get up there, though, is it? Shit. Fortunately, that doesn't kill me. Okay. Yeah, I think I always underestimate exactly how much I can do vertically. That was a waste. The ability to wall cling and then get another vertical hop off that, but not 100%. Okay. These exterminate missions literally kill every enemy on the map, or is there some, like, leeway where there's a couple enemies that you can leave behind and be fine? Thought I infected one and then popped it there. I'm trying to keep an eye on the bottom right corner of the screen. I wish I could put that infected thing in the bottom right corner, like, directly above my cursor. Like, that's where I would expect such a core ability to be. Imagine you get pretty good at just seeing it in your peripheral vision. I guess actually, is there any UI control in this? I haven't messed around with trying to move anything on the HUD around. Oh, they neutralize Warframe abilities and status effects. So if something already has a poison bubble on it and the blue bubble shows up, it just gets removed automatically. Let's see. Okay, I think I heard a sound effect when I came in here that turned on the poison trap. Was that little noise? Still doesn't stand out very well in my vision, but... No, I want the little infected number. I appreciate that the cooldowns are listed there as well, but the number in the bottom right corner. Honestly, I'd like to have that and my health and shields like right around my reticle if possible. I think I finally used it as it was supposed to be used there for a second. I see.
The enemy is broken. Well done.
That ability was the one you were talking about. I think it's a little forgiving. Okay, I don't have to kill absolutely everything. Hooray! First try. Piercing hits. Right, that was what I needed to do Europa Junction, so we'll do Europa Junction, and then we should have a codex for a quest called New Strange. Were the notes I left to myself last episode.
Operator, messages have arrived in your inbox.
Just have to click these to dismiss that message, right? I know it was upsetting someone last episode. So I didn't want to pull up my browser. I should probably mess with the fabricator. Not enough space in inventory. Weapon slots seem like a worthwhile use of that resource, right? So platinum, especially given that I have 195 and 12 is pretty cheap. This is like buying stash space in Path of Exile, basically. Go ahead and do it, it's fine. Alright, if people want to look through my list of things I can build here and maybe give me some recommendations. I don't have enough components for most of it. I'm not particularly interested in building pieces of a new frame at the moment. So I don't know if you saw anything on that list that you think I should be building toward or to let build at the end of stream. Thanks for remembering what? Let's see. Not capacity, but... Oh, sure.
Operator? Ordis wonders, what are you thinking about?
I made some notes about this last time in terms of like sorting duplicates, dissolve duplicate mods, sorted by duplicates by default. Far left has ones with the most duplicates. Pretty safe to dissolve all but one of each copy, right? You can just see all. So this means I have 3 piercing hits. There's not an all but one shortcut, is there? Probably do this once I have significantly more of them, because that doesn't actually get me all that much endo. I do have to do, I have a note about the weekly quest in Maru's Bazaar, and I have a statue and I want to put some stars in it before we sell it, I guess, so we'll do that at some point today also. Pickups get more energy, shield capacity up. Probably nowhere near being able to upgrade that, right? So if I want to modify that, I have to do so. I can't do it from this screen, right? I have to go to mods and then find it here. Oh wait, that's not right. This is the thing I'm going to struggle with the most from episode to episode. I hope to just be able to click on it and then upgrade it directly from here, but I don't think I can do that, right? Oh, I thought I got rid of -1. Oh well. Isn't this one equipped? Does it need to be unequipped for me to be able to... Into selected mod, right. 7. Don't have enough. I have 558, need 640. Okay, just reminding myself of cost and how to get into that menu. Yeah, I got you. Okay, Europa Junction. All of these missions have been... Well, I probably shouldn't say they've been trivial, because that'll mean I'm going to lose to this one. Hey, Johan, how you doing? They get knockdown resistance eventually if you just keep spamming that. Depends on the enemy, maybe. I wish there was like a... I'm an idiot new player. Please make the game suitably difficult such that I need to learn how to use all my tools to survive mode, right? It sounds like you get there eventually once you get to the end game. Oh no, hope you feel better soon, Johan.
Tenno, your codex has been updated with a new quest.
Physique. Aura. Is it my first ever Aura mod? It seems potentially exciting. Okay, so I mentioned potentially exploring Europa a little bit. Oh, is there not a Void Junction? I was gonna do the quest though for... Oh, wait, no, cancel. I think I canceled. Auras apply to my pets and to any of the allies who are with me, I assume. The new Strange... That must be the quest that just unlocked. Defeat Allied 5 at Themisto on Jupiter. Complete Bale on Europa. Okay, so I might do Bale on Europa first, since that seems to be the least complicated thing. So, yeah, that was my plan. I have a dedicated Aura slot, too. Physique. That's pretty neat. Upgraded as well? Probably. It's a pretty big buff. Holy shit.
Everything in orders, operator? Is that a pun?
Does every player eventually have at least one aura on them, or are there only certain frames that even can support auras in the first place? When did you bail? Which is all the way over here. Okay. Everyone eventually ends up with one. What's the radius on them?
This is a mobile defense mission. You must deliver payloads and defend a number of locations while I break into the network.
Good note about this one last time. Oh, I'm thinking of the hijack.
I can't do this without you.
So anytime something is infected, when it dies, it spreads its infection to all nearby enemies. It can also spread its infection if I activate 3 on it.
Upload me and prepare to defend. We have got to find a terminal. Proceed and prepare.
I got the thing.
I'm in, Tenno.
Looks like they have a pet.
This will take a moment.
That went pretty well.
Still working on it. Continue to defend.
Oh, if it dies by any other way, including the infection itself, it does not spread. So, does that make this frame have like anti-synergy and group play? That's interesting. You can't just rely on your allies to proc it.
Area completed. Move on.
Like,
Looks like heavy activity ahead.
but yo, it's Saren specifically, you mean?
Here is a terminal. Get me in and get ready to defend.
You were dudes there than I thought there were. Oops.
I'm in, Tenno. This will take a moment.
Sometimes I struggle to see enemy density in this game too. I guess I can look on the minimap to try to figure out where things are.
Working on it. Continue to defend.
But like these guys are like kind of whitish armor and we're in this snowy map. So I can sometimes find them from like the trails of their shots coming at me. But I definitely don't have the Warframe vision to be like, ah, okay, there's 7 dudes over here. Right. Rinko.
We are finished here. Move on.
Clear the map every 2 seconds. Yeah, continue to tell me when I inevitably miss those white star pickups in the game. I cannot see those right now. Like, they just don't register in my vision at all. Unfortunately. These guys are bad. Kill them first.
Location reached.
That was pretty good. I had like 10 infected once. There's a lot of little things with the interface that I struggle with, like, I don't have a sense of how far enemies can be away and the infection to still spread. I assume that it's not very far, like, they have to be pretty close to each other for it to count, right?
Still working on it. Continue to defend.
Oh, one of these guys, right? I'm getting harassed by these before. There's like a chance to spawn on certain maps, basically. But no, that's an ally, just running around sorting.
The odds were against us, Tenno, but we did it.
Hey.
Mission complete.
Spread radius increases on its own as you rank up the frame. It'd be cool if I could like see a little bubble around creatures that currently are infected, that like only I could see that, so I know what the current infection number is, or maybe a number on the screen that says if you pop it now, it's going to infect this number of creatures total. You have to meet them here or they're going to get mad, right? I guess my tell that that was an ally and not... Well, I could have recognized the name above their heads would be one thing. But also just the way they are running around mashing a melee weapon isn't characteristic of even a computer-controlled frame enemy. Endo. Oxium. Ammo drum. Well, I got that back. So I apparently sold that by accident. You want to drop group whenever... Maybe they'll just do it on their own. Interception. What was the one that's really hard for me? I think this is the one. Yeah. This is really hard to solo, right? How can I... Is there a way for me to say I absolutely want to wait until I get a player? Is that just to pause this thing here? I think we established that these mission types are extremely difficult solo. Open squads. I think I joined it successfully, I'm not sure.
Nearby communications towers are broadcasting.
No, I might be here by
crucial
myself.
enemy intelligence. Capture the towers and decode any incoming messages.
Oh, I was the open squad. I thought it still said 0 once I opened it there. Now that I've started it, is it too late for people to join, or do they still have some time before I officially do something? Am I taking shield damage for being out in the snow? I can join until round 1 ends. Alright. Which, because these are really hard to solo, might not ever happen, so maybe I should just start it and see if people join. I'm guessing players try to avoid these missions in general, unless if they absolutely have to do them. Oh yeah, this is like King of the Hill, which is what makes it really hard to do solo, right?
Tower online.
Right. Conflict means there are other things in the thing other than just me, right?
Capture a tower, and quickly.
Instant I capture a tower, I'm losing, right? Is this even possible to do solo with certain frames? I'm concerned I might not be able to make progress today if I can't find at least one group member for this.
The enemy has all 4 towers. You must stop them. This tower is ours now.
So I need to have 3 to get ahead, and it just doesn't seem possible by myself. And consumables help with soloing these.
The enemy has all 4 towers. You must stop them.
Hey dreamers, we are up and ready to party.
Tower captured. Beginning stream.
I don't know if I can get back to sea in time.
The enemy have taken a tower. You must recapture it. You have captured a radio tower.
Are enemies just spawning near the different towers constantly? He hasn't disappeared yet, though it's about to.
Tower captured. Beginning stream deployed now. We have lost control of a tower.
Tried to stop it, it's not quick enough. It shows conflicts.
The enemy have captured a tower.
I actually don't want to destroy those heat generators, right? They're preventing me from taking damage from being out here, I guess.
The enemy is dominating. You must capture a tower, and quickly.
Lose in like 2 seconds, right? And the fact that nobody joined at all during that round means that if I had sat on the screen waiting for people to join,
Enemy have decoded
nothing
the
would have
message.
happened, right?
You have failed in your mission.
still be waiting regardless. That's concerning. I don't know if I have any reason to expect more stuff to show up here. I know there's a quest here that I have to do. It's the new Strange. Find the source of a mysterious
Operator,
voice.
what is Cephalon Cimeris like? I have heard so many wonderful things.
Launch next quest mission.
My sentinels entered this Grenier prison searching for a curious anomaly. Their last known location was the prison block.
It's really nice if that's a new feature.
I must know their fate.
Oh, look, it's the tank the video encoding rain. It's like the worst possible way to do rain as far as video encoding is concerned. I noticed, I don't know if there are any YouTubers who get really, really high quality looking Warframe videos, but YouTube re-encodes everything after I upload it, so my VOD looks pretty good locally. But then because I don't get the, like, you know, pro YouTuber 100,000s of views on each video codecs, the game kind of looks like garbage, actually.
Cimeris, what was so important that your sentinels would risk entering a Grenier prison?
Oops.
All knowledge is important. I would expect you to know that, Lotus.
Rain versus videos. The game still looks great on my screen, but I imagine it looks like trash on stream right now. I recorded about double the bitrate of what I stream at, but even then... If you right-click on a video on YouTube and look at the stats for nerds, most videos that have at least in the thousands or tens of thousands of views tend to have a VP9 codec, which is the good codec. And they keep updating those. And they'll occasionally, like, you'll start with a shitty codec and then they'll re-encode your video if it gets a ton of views. We actually had a really frustrating problem a couple years ago where I was getting a really bad codec that caused the video and audio to desync on YouTube, but only at certain quality settings and only on PC. The video still worked fine on mobile. And I was trying to report it to YouTube for months. It would happen and I would have to delete the video and re-upload it until it finally got the codec that didn't have the desync problem. Yeah. Most of my VODs get, you know, somewhere in the neighborhood of 10 to maybe 50 views. If it's a really popular one, it'll get 50. So I tend to not get VP9. Like, they'll try to tank their in-game performance, you mean? Are these wardens, like, deliberately tanky? Supposed to stealth or avoid them. Because they usually show up in the missions that you're supposed to like bring people out of jail. About to lose. So what triggered the time limit here? Was this the... I mean, not stealthing, basically? Just letting the time run out. Okay, so... Again, I apologize for not having Warframe vision, but... And I'm sure that if you played this game enough, you're screaming at the computer, how do you not know that there's a time limit on the mission? But again, I feel like this game isn't like throwing it in my face that something bad has happened and throwing it in my face that... See, it says, the new Strange, find Cephalon Samaris' missing sentinels. I guess question number one, how do I know that this is the kind of mission where I have to sneak and not let the wardens reach the consoles? Is that what rescue means? Okay. So this isn't like a cut... Oh, shit, I tried to start it. I thought maybe it was like a custom quest objective, but do those even exist? Are quest objectives just like the normal procedural missions, but with extra dialogue or something?
My sentinels entered this Grenier prison searching for a curious anomaly. Their last known location was the prison block. Hunter, I must know their fate.
Alright, so there are only certain kinds of enemies that are going to be a problem, right? I guess instead of flying through the level, I'll just run through it boringly. "95% of quests are normal missions with specific dialogue." Okay. What? What's the chesting? Like, what is on the first platform? Sorry. Are those actually worth interacting with? I know we had somebody in the chat last episode who was like, you should open every chest on the map. Just like contrary to every lesson I've ever learned from like many hundreds of hours of Diablo. Maybe in the endgame. Okay, if you need to remind me to pick something up, if you're going to use a sound effect, like, tell me what and where it is. Because that didn't look any different from any of, like, the ore nodes that I assume I can mostly ignore at this point.
All knowledge is important. I would expect you to know that, Lotus.
Alright, so I'm safe from anything... starting an alarm until I get into a certain part of the facility? Until I start seeing wardens? know I'm not supposed to kill everything, but I don't want stuff on me while I'm dealing with the more difficult stuff here. I'm still not at risk of failing the mission due to a console being set. Okay, so as long as I'm not at a locked door, I can just kind of mosey my way there, but as soon as I pass a locked door, now I have to start paying attention? Okay, thank you. That's helpful. That's what I needed to know. This game is very much a mastery game. Like a game that benefits from playing it for many hundreds or thousands of hours to kind of figure out how everything works and gain Warframe vision. But it's very tricky to sight read. And I think that there's a lot of like really important information that should be impossible to miss. Like, you are standing in a poison cloud that's going to kill you. Some games will do that by like turning the edges of your screen a certain color, or just putting an overall tint, or playing a loud blaring alarm noise. There is a loud blaring alarm noise in here, but that's not the noise that indicates that I've... Wait, why did the lockdown activate? Was there just like one of these soldiers went and found a console to lock that specific door, basically? I thought one of those was playing earlier in the map. So that's a separate alarm from the mission ending alarm. That klaxon. Because I think the timer that you're going to fail the mission is a tiny little like 9-point font thing in the top left corner under locate the sentinels, right? And I almost envisioned that number like slowly getting bigger and bigger and moving closer and closer to the center of the screen the longer it's allowed to elapse. Big 72-point idiot font that pops up saying you fucked up as soon as Warden activates a console. Can you deactivate the console once they activate it, or are you on a strict time limit as soon as that starts? Hey, Nanak, how you doing? Just locked down for like 3 minutes before hitting a root block. Okay. That Nox enemy some kind of special unit? Alright, so if I understand correctly, once I go through here, now I have to be less stupid. Maybe not yet. No way to shut it down once they've activated it. Okay. Is that red outline on the character? Okay, at least there's an outline to tell me that they're special. That helps. That one is also a warden, but did not have a red outline. Okay, was it like a special buff on that one from before, basically? It's a cool twist on this lock. So now there's not any actual wardens in the rooms with the cells, right? Double elite warden.
Sentinels, you are still functional. Come home, my darlings. Hunter, my gratitude is boundless.
There's nobody in
For
here.
extraction so that we might discuss.
Not so fast, Tenno. If Cephalon Samaris isn't willing to tell us what happened here, we'll
Higher
find
stats
out
and
on
extra
our own.
drops.
Locate their data vault and find their security logs.
Right, so now I'm safe from the mission suddenly failing. That can no longer happen. Sick Lash level 2. I could still die, but I'm not gonna get a timeout, basically. Oh, this is the spy one where I have to go hack the machine once I get into that little area. Something sees me. This might be one where I have to get at least one bit of data. I know I'm doing this really slowly at the moment, but I'm just trying to understand what the hell's going on. Alright, so I feel like I activate the 3 ability a lot. 3 puts an added effect on my weapon so that when I then attack someone that's infected, it will spread the infection, but pressing 3 itself doesn't spread the infection. Okay. I think I understand. And I can tell that my 3 is active because there's white goo coming off of my shotgun and hammer. Most of these guys aren't worth it. So that's maybe part of what makes this a special quest, is that it actually has 2 different standard mission objectives on it, instead of just the one.
Tenno, get ready. A prosecutor is approaching.
This is the spy part. Now imagine that this kind of just comes down to memorizing the map layout. Now, I'm guessing that my frame is pretty good at dealing with these crazy super tanky enemies like this, right? Because my poison just gets better and better on a single target over time. Did I like phase it through a wall there or something? That was weird.
Prosecutor down. Stay alert. There could be more ahead.
Yeah, somebody mentioned the new story thing, and that's not adding story to any missions or areas I've already visited, right? It's all stuff that I haven't been to yet. What's the maximum number of those that I can hit on a single pass? Can you hit all of them if your timing is good? I can't tell if there's like a minimum cooldown. So I got 3 that
The
time.
security logs. We'll examine them when you're safely back on the orbiter. Get to extraction.
Yeah, I'm wondering, because there was that one earlier that was kind of cool, where it was like there was a lock on every single node, but every time you activated a node, it reversed your direction. I was wondering if someone who was like super pro at the game could just hit all of those at once. Part of the problem is activating 3 while it buffs my weapons will only spread disease that I've applied manually via 1, right? It does not itself generate disease. I don't know why I struggle so much with the disease mechanic. Like, I've played plenty of games that have similar concepts, but I even have notes that tell me exactly how it works, but stuff like they need to die not to the disease itself, I guess, is unintuitive to me. Hit them in one go, but it speeds up fast. Enduring Affliction. Lifted enemies. But I don't have the ability to lift right now, I don't think, right? Maybe that would be like something to do with an ally.
The corruption to the security logs was extensive, but we managed to retrieve fragments of a biological signature. Could this be what Samaris was after?
Orders will perform analysis on the signature now. Oh, there's nothing here but...
Speed up, right.
Here we shall search and find the eyes of day drinking the night.
This will warn me if I'm about to upgrade it in such a way that I no longer have the
Orders is hearing voices again.
capacity for it,
Running
right?
diagnostics.
But I have plenty of capacity, so that's
No
not going to be an
Orbis.
issue.
We heard it too. Tenno, that's the voice from the arcane codices. Cephalon Samaris is hiding something. Pay him another visit. Find out what he knows.
Samaris
Lotus
has no
is
reason to
Canadian.
lie, Operator. Please, treat the great Cephalon with respect.
Oh, I've been reading this backwards. 6 is how much remaining capacity I have. Okay. Gotcha. So I might want Fever Strike, since I already have other things that work with Toxin. And this just straight up adds Toxin damage. I think we established before that you get custom combinations. If I had something else on here that gave me, like, Freeze or something, that Freeze and Toxin would combine to make something different. It also warns you if you can see the capacity in any other equipment. Okay, cool. Thank you. Let's keep doing... I really like that I can just click these... click the quest mission instead of having to track it down. Stuff like that, I guess, is what I'm asking for more of in Warframe. Some combination elements are less useful. Oh, what's a Tenno guide? Day drinking. I've been here before? It doesn't seem familiar. Maybe I have. Supposed to be like an elevator? Oh, no, it's just a hallway. Okay, sorry. This kind of looks like the Maru's Bazaar area, but... like an NPC to interact with over here? hole to drop it to. Okay. Sorry. New notification in the main menu that tells you what to do next. They added it in the most recent update. Oh, that's cool. Is it kind of, does it already do what I've been doing so far? Namely, like, tries to point me to junctions and prerequisites for junctions?
You are hungry for the knowledge of the sanctuary.
It's personal space, robot face. What is this place?
I am Cephalon Samaris, the Destroyer, the Immortalizer. This is
That sounds amazing.
sanctuary.
I'm glad they added that.
It will enlighten you, Tenno.
That's promising. That makes me, tells me that they're worried about new player experience
will hunt
stuff.
the creatures I require and transform them into beings of the sanctuary. That is synthesis. Is this murder? No. All beings of substance die eventually, but only those forgotten are
You're the
truly
Reapers.
dead.
Cool.
The end of the Oracan wiped out untold knowledge. Through synthesis, we can rebuild and preserve, create memory immortals within this data oasis. Will you become enlightened, Tenno? Will you hunt for me? I see we are.
Is the Tenno guide something I have to opt into manually, or is it just on
Your
already?
project too.
Dude, personal space. You can talk from, like, over there. Go to the wall.
I can see you are hungry for the knowledge of the sanctuary. Searching for answers, Tenno. Knowledge must be earned. I have a task for you, small compared to the vast needs of Sanctuary. Hunt for me, and in return I will tell you what that biological signature means.
Gene synthesis scanners.
These can make you an even stronger hunter.
Oh, God. So they're trying to point me to these special mods, basically. Are these all, like, just unique effects that people might want? Detect vulnerability. Destroy loot crates. It also loots them?
Knowledge must be earned, Tenno.
Probably don't need any of these, I'm just curious.
May this aid you in the synthesis of many creatures.
And a kinetic siphon.
This is how I can help you. What offerings will this item help you bring to the sanctuary?
Soul battery widget is infinite
These
scanner
make you an even
charges.
stronger hunter.
God for search. So just a nice little quality of life thing. It seems pretty expensive, but... Oh, this is for standing, which I don't have. Okay.
Do not disappoint me, hunter.
Also can't get that. You can face mimeographs of enemies you have fully researched within the codex. Okay. I think I understand what this is. This game reminds me a lot of Path of Exile in the way it just kind of like past... In Path of Exile, it's past League mechanics. They kind of just happen. And it's just like, oh yeah, there's this, like, you know, mining thing where you go into a mine and here are all the mechanics. But it also doesn't present it to me as, like... I don't know, it's like when I play an MMO, sometimes it's clear, like, okay, this was added at the beginning of this expansion, and this was added in a patch after the expansion, and this is meant to be played before this, and this is the actual purpose of this content, right? Like, okay, this is like monster catching, monster battling Coliseum type thing. But here, you kind of, it's just like a quest. Factions ending is a spendable currency, not XP that sticks around. Okay, that's good to know. Thank you. Gear wheel requires me to go over here, right? So I have the codex scanner. What button do I press to access the gear wheel? I didn't include that in my text file. I used to do, like, my job before I was a streamer was UX and UAT testing. It would be really interesting to be on the UAT team for this game. Like, I have a feeling that a lot of equip synthesis scanners and synthesize 3 sanctuary targets. So I can just do any of these places, basically. I think we said capture's a really good one to solo, isn't it? Because it's super fast. But I probably want to do one that I can't fail, right? Since I'm just trying to go for... I don't think you can fail exterminate. Oh, really? That's the Tenno guide. The thing that's just at the top that says do this. Fantastic. I like that a lot. Well, they're part of the endgame, but they still appear constantly before the endgame which is part of what I didn't like about it in Path of Exile. Like, I kind of want Babby's first PoE mode where all that shit's turned off for just the normal story campaign, because it's overwhelming when you can't tell the difference between past league content that's critical for progression, past league content that you're intended to ignore, right? It's cool that it matters to an endgame player, but if that's the case, it shouldn't be there while I'm just leveling through the game, right? Anyway, it would be interesting to be on the UAT team for this game because I imagine there's a lot of issues for new players that I bet the dev team they don't even think about it because they've been living and breathing this game for almost a decade. Yeah. Coming up on 9 years now. Like, I think you iterate and you iterate and you iterate and you iterate, and it's so hard to remember, like, okay, what does it actually feel like for a new player who has no idea what any of this shit is now? You even get to the point where your patch notes are legible to your hardcore high mastery players. It feels like the caption mini games in OSRS. I would agree with that. Shows up is random, different, and weird. See, the added problem for me in Path of Exile is there's occasionally something that was added in a prior league that is actually incredibly important that you engage with, like whatever the thing is, it lets you get like a subclass. I forget what it's called now. There's like this little dungeon that generates that you only get a limited number of attempts to do. I guess if you die, you have to start over. And doing that is incredibly important. You can ignore basically every other past league mechanic. All right, so the markers I'm getting on the screen right now are for the actual exterminate mission, right? But the reason I'm here is to do the sanctuary scanner thing. Is that going to be marked on the map in some way? How do I know where that is? Oh, here we go.
What have you done? Synthesis only works on the living. Can you control your murderous impulses for the good of Sanctuary?
So I just accidentally killed the thing that I was supposed to Pokemon catch? Okay, how do I scan? Oops. It's Q. This is exactly what I'm talking about, by the way. I'm very happy that I'm streaming this with people to help me out in Twitch chat, because I don't know if I was playing this off stream if I would be motivated enough to, like, Google all of this to figure it out. Because I'd be playing it wrong for so long without realizing it. Do I equip it now while I'm fighting other things? Okay. It does replace my gun. I'm confused, I'm sorry. Is it giving me a rep for scanning boxes? Trail of hologram cubes. What the fuck? What? Hold on. Trail of hologram cubes on the ground. Am I blind? Are they here right now? Now, am I spending charges every time I scan one of those? Wow, this is really not tutorialized at all, is it? So, okay, let me make sure I understand. I have this scanner, and this scanner lets me get rep by scanning different things, but the thing I actually want to scan, there's some VIP creatures somewhere on this map that I need to find and then scan without killing them. And the way I'll find those VIP creatures is by occasionally scanning, and if I see the equivalent of footprints on the floor, I can follow those footprints to the entity that I'm trying to scan. I am spending charges, oh my god, okay. So, am I not seeing any footprints because I already killed the thing that I was supposed to scan? So this, I should not do this in a public match, right? Like, this is already a mistake. Because the person I'm with could just, like, kill the thing that I need to scan. So the kinetic siphon trap is, Pokeball. Yeah, I see that now. Try doing this level again, but I'll turn off group play. Okay. So you hold them in place. Sure. Is it like there are certain frames that have abilities that could hold them in place, but they give you the trap as a way for all frames to be able to do it? Basically. I'm gonna try that again. Sorry, I like the idea of this mission. If I seem baffled, I'm baffled at the lack of tutorializing for it.
There is a large platoon of Grenier Marines stationed
Bet
here.
it's great if you're
No
like
one
making a new
standing.
character or something. Well, you would never make a new character, right? You would just use your same account with a new Warframe. You don't have to redo these quests ever once they're done once.
Don't let it escape.
Suppose that's potentially a problem too. This is sort of an issue with Final Fantasy XIV as well, that because no one ever has to make an alt in that game because you just switch jobs, everyone has done the main story quest exactly once, and they did the like worst parts of the main story quest literally years ago and haven't seen that content since. So they tend to underestimate how like long and much of a slog it is when like summarizing it to friends or trying to get to play the game. I may as well kill these guys if they're not showing up as scan targets. So these are the little squares you're talking about? The little squares, it's like footprints that I'm following, right? This randomly becomes a mission thing after doing this quest line. Footprints don't even stand out that much, surprisingly. Samaris will tell me once I get close to the target. Now, is the target just like, is it an NPC that's spawned in specifically for this mission, or is one of the existing NPCs in the mission just promoted to important for the purposes of this quest? Or this activity?
There it is, right for synthesis. Tame this creature so you may perform the synthesis I require.
You will be cleansed.
Okay, so this is when I want to try to trap it. What the fuck? Well, this is new. How does a trap work? Oh, I put it on the ground when I'm standing next to him? I already wasted two. Am I supposed to press something? Didn't really hold him in place very long. Is it these little nodes that are kind of glowing blue and yellow? Am I just not close enough for the scan to start filling? I'm sorry, I'm really confused. I think I got one there, maybe.
You impress me, Hunter. This specimen will be studied for integration into Sanctuary. Thank you.
Okay, so I caught the Pokemon. I can finish the level now. That was very low on user feedback that I was doing it correctly, even when I started to do it correctly. So there were glowing orbs on its body while I was trying to scan it. And I had to press in left click to trigger the scan, and it had to be on it without it moving for very long for it to finish scanning it. And the orb would go away once it was fully scanned. Video games, holy shit, that's okay. Well, thank you for your patience with me. I'm overwhelmed with the sense of how could I possibly have known that without y'all telling me. But maybe it'll go smoother on the next mission. Click and hold while aiming on the glowy orbs. And each orb consumes a charge, I assume. Hopefully I have enough charges to do all of it. Yeah, we should have a Twitch chat. It's watching you do it live. This game is crazy. Makes me feel very similarly to Path of Exile. Talked before about like bullshit tolerance among people who play video games, which I don't think is like a positive or a negative thing necessarily. Like, my wife has a very low bullshit tolerance in any game she plays, like to the point where if you try to play Rock Band with her and it takes more than 5 minutes to get the instruments to get connected, she's already out, right? My bullshit tolerance is quite high. I will play just about any video game and endure just about any like jank in getting the video settings to work and getting the game to play and getting the controls to feel right. But I think that with this game in Path of Exile, it's almost like a parallel phenomenon. It's not bullshit tolerance. It's like wiki tolerance, Google tolerance. Mastery tolerance? I don't know. I guess what I'm getting at is that I'm surprised that Path of Exile and Warframe are as popular as they are. I would expect the average like mastery tolerance or Google tolerance of the gamer player base at large to be low enough that these games wouldn't be able to succeed without being more heavily tutorialized or more heavily centered around new player experience. But maybe they like built a player base early on that has been able to adapt to new content from like patch to patch to patch, where it's a much lower burden. If it's like, you know, you have to read the patch notes that says, hey, we added this Pokemon catching system, here's how it works. That's all you have to learn for that patch cycle, right? And it's only weird now that the game's been out for 7, 8, 9 years and people are struggling to figure out how it all fits together. Sorry, Aaron. Hey, thanks for the follow, Tempest. Do you know what I mean? It's like I play a game like Dark Souls, and I love Dark Souls. It's probably my favorite franchise out there, anything from FromSoft. And I'm just grateful constantly that there exists this massive fan base for those games, because they feel like I would expect, you know, this to be kind of a niche interest, and that the players who like to suffer through it, like me, would have to represent a pretty small minority of the total player base of all video games. But that's not the case, and in that case, I benefit. Is there anything stopping me from just doing this exterminate mission 3 times? These are pretty quick. Capture's probably faster, but usually helpful, not very toxic. Yeah.
There is a large platoon of Grenier Marines stationed here. Leave no one standing.
I'm really curious what the abandon rate is for this
The
game.
scanner is detecting a potential target. Use it. Search for traces of the target.
I feel like because it's free to play on Steam, that's going to make it really hard to get an accurate idea of, like, let me think of how to articulate this. Like in games that aren't free to play, you can use achievement statistics to get a pretty good sense of like how far people are actually playing the game before they quit, right? Did they make it to the first boss at least? Did they make it to the halfway point, and so on? But as soon as a game is free to play, you're already getting a ton of people that are like, there's lots of kids that are downloading it because they don't have to get mom's credit card to get the game, right? And so that massively inflates or deflates your abandoned statistics from achievements, because it's going to be a really, really low number. A lot of people aren't even going to play the game for an hour. Like, they might boot it up and then find that their computer can't run it, right? I walk past a star. Thanks, I'll go check it out. Does that get marked on the map when I'm close to it? Oh, I see it now. Thank you. It's just really quiet, and there happen to be a lot of sounds at the time. My bad. So anyway, I would hope that that's something that the devs are thinking about. Like, when are people abandoning our game? Why are they abandoning it? Is it because they're getting, like, feature overload? I think the reason, if I wasn't streaming this, the reason I would have abandoned this would have been, like, feeling like the game was too easy at the beginning.
All right, Hunter. I will reward you should you perform synthesis.
Like, some of the progression systems, leveling up your Warframe, feel kind of abstract and don't feel necessary to continue to, like, at least pass missions. And so, you know, missions are also easy in Diablo, for example. Diablo is not about will I win, it's like how quickly and efficiently can I win. But you're constantly looking forward to, when am I going to get the next ability, you know, what's the next skill going to do? Where am I going to get to next in the story? What's the new map going to look like? And I think what's odd about Warframe is that it tricks you, I think, into thinking that by the first 20 or so hours of the game being these 10 or so variants of procedurally generated mission, I think that someone could be tricked into thinking that's all that Warframe is. And that there's not going to be a story at like the 30-hour mark, and there's not going to be all this crazy content. The difficulty isn't going to go up really high, and the skill cap isn't going to be there eventually, you know? Try to trap this guy. This went much better than last time, now that I think I understand it slightly better. So partial scans count, it seems like.
An excellent
Like if I
specimen, Hunter.
have to
This
hold the
will
left
advance
click on it
Centurion's goal
for a total of 2
investigation.
seconds and I hold it on for 1 second, it remembers that I did 1 second. Feature overload done right. Well, I guess done right for a player who already has the mastery tolerance, maybe I'll call it. I don't know what you would call it. It's not bullshit tolerance, because it generally isn't bullshit. Bullshit, I would say, would be like jank or bad controls or there's a grace period. Okay. I scanned that because it looked like it was an important white interactable object, but I guess it wasn't. The game remembers for a little bit before resetting progress. Oh, okay. That's helpful. Thank you. I guess, talked about this a lot in other games and on Discord, but I tend to really value games that make it difficult to play wrong. Massive scare quotes around that. Like, or like the inefficient way to play is simply not fun, or the game does things through its UX or incentive structures or whatever to keep you from playing it badly. And I think you could play Warframe extremely wrong. You can definitely play Path of Exile extremely wrong compared to the way that's kind of envisioned by the developer. Gear crafting items needed for some specific quests can be obtained by scanning plants in specific biomes. I appreciate the fun fact. And anyway, I think there are certain player personalities, you know, among people who play video games that actively enjoy experiences where there is a fun versus not fun way of playing it, and the feeling of mastery and discovering the fun way. And, you know, knowing, okay, if I do these missions, then I can get rewards 3 times faster than if I do these missions, right? Like, to use an example from Diablo 3, I'm trying to farm items and rift keys from regular rifts, so my feeling of mastery is knowing that once I kill the Rift Guardian, I should leave and immediately form another rift, rather than continue to farm the enemies and open the chests in the rift that I'm in. Right, like that feels pretty good to realize that. It's like the feeling when you're playing a deck building game, or a game like Magic the Gathering or Hearthstone or whatever, like realizing that a card is bad, like it doesn't give a good enough effect for its cost and that you shouldn't use that card, is a good feeling, and one that like you shouldn't deny players. You shouldn't just remove all of the bad cards from Magic, because part of the fun is realizing that a card is bad. But I think that like games like Warframe and Path of Exile push against my own tolerances for that in a lot of ways. So like right now I'm possessed by the feeling that while running around hammering these guys and occasionally shotgunning them is fun, I'm very aware of the fact that it would probably be more fun if I played less stupidly and started using my frame abilities more to poison dudes and just nuke everything 10 times as fast. You know. but like the kind of lame, slow way I'm doing it is fine. I will beat this level eventually, even if it's 10 times slower than a professional player would. But I guess I'm not getting feedback on the screen saying, hey, we expect you to beat this mission in 2 minutes, and it's taken you 18, what the fuck, you know?
I'm detecting a large security force heading your way. It's the Grenier.
Which I guess is maybe an advantage of something like Diablo 3's Greater Rift system, where you can kind of tell, because it's a 15-minute time limit, whether you're way overpowered, way underpowered, or what you should be doing, based on how close to the time limit you come in, something like that. Screwed up the infection mechanic. Wonder if they would ever consider adding something like Diablo 2 difficulty levels to this game. That might help me a little bit. Like in Diablo 3, for example, you know, if you're running around on normal difficulty and everything's dying instantly and you never take any damage, you're like, oh, well, you know, I'll up the difficulty by 1 step because that'll get me more loot. And you up the difficulty by 1 step and everything is still dying instantly, and you go, okay, I'll go up another step.
Well done. Now
And you
get to
keep doing that
extraction.
until you get to the level that's just right. There's some content in Warframe that's like Greater Rifts. There's a steel path you unlock later that's a higher difficulty mode. Yeah, I guess the way Diablo 3 is formatted now... Sawtooth clip. Rifle, okay. The way Diablo 3 is formatted now, if you're a brand new player who's never played Diablo before, you wouldn't know to change your difficulty to kind of figure out the sweet spot. But the way it originally came out, you'd have to play through normal, and then you'd play through it again on hard, or on nightmare, and then again on hell, right? Alright, so I need one more of these. I'm going to try to do the capture so I can end the mission faster. Capture and assassination are both relatively quick, right? Basically just rips, and it's popular for XP farming. I hope I've made it clear both in my commentary today and in previous episodes of this game that
To the extraction point.
I'm really not trying to say any of this as like a condemnation of either this game or Path of Exile. I can see that they're very popular and I can understand the kind of player that they would appeal to. I guess I come at it from a point of view of like, but like, you could make the new player experience better and still retain all of those nice mastery elements that people are excited about. You could do both. They're not mutually exclusive necessarily.
The capture target has vital information that we will need to extract. We need our subject brought back alive.
Okay. Capture tends to be fast. Now, do I have to extract? Can I
Found a target.
catch the
Capture them
target?
quickly before they escape.
I still have to extract, so I'll have time to find the thing that I need to scan, right?
Excellent work.
Okay.
We'll
Yes.
interrogate the captive back at base. Your part is done here, Tenno.
Those, like, are the little cubes moving in the direction that I need to go? Well, dogs need to chill out. I guess this map is small enough that I could try to just run around. Yeah, I'll probably wait to try Path of Exile again until Path of Exile 2 comes out for exactly that reason. I definitely thought the new starting mission they had with that cutscene was significantly better than when I first tried Warframe several years ago, when my friend told me to pop on Steam and give it a try, and I did like one mission and just immediately lost all interest in playing. Up here, maybe? Okay, so capture is a much better choice. If they have something like this where I can do it in any level, do it in capture, because then I can end the stage and then do the side mission before I extract and do that so at my leisure, basically. It's an endless game of catch-up, right? Unless if they just completely shut down development to only focus on new player experience for a while. But like I said, that's untenable. Untenable. It looks like this Tenno guide thing y'all talked about, where it like recommends a mission to do. That's a huge step in the right direction. Like, if it wasn't for me asking y'all in chat, like, okay, what the fuck do I do to play this game? Do I just do missions over and over? No, do junctions. Oh, got it. Thank God. Could I have, like, done a lot of that from stealth if I had been scanning correctly? I keep forgetting to left click here. Ow. You're a part of me now.
You have completed the synthesis I require. Return to the relay to claim your reward.
Okay. Is there much reason to stealth things a lot? Looks like it gives me some kind of bonus, but I can't tell how significant that is. XP farming methods that use stealth, okay. Also, what is the majority of shit that drops from enemies? Like, what? That was energy, okay. What's this? Is this ammo? Enemies drop so much bullshit that I just run over and don't pick up. I don't know if it's like different kinds of ammo or something. It wouldn't be ammo because you have unlimited, you just reload, right? I don't know that I've ever run out of ammo. Has there been any discussion of getting rid of it entirely? And just having clips that you have to reload? Yeah. Yeah. That's what makes me think one of those game mechanics where, like, something is almost never relevant until surprise it totally is. Xenoblade Chronicles almost infinite inventory space that stops being infinite like 25 hours into the game. Suddenly you have to care about it. There's some powerful weapons that are limited largely by ammo. Okay, so that would be a balancing problem, because if you just got rid of ammo, then those weapons would be really strong. So it becomes dependent on knowing which enemies to kill to get the ammo drops that you need. I think I have anything to upgrade here, but I'll take a look. Fire rate. Maybe, actually. Cancel. That's the warning. But I can do one. You end up wanting specific mods to conserve ammo, improve drops, or to have a backup damage source. Okay. I guess I like that idea. These are cracked. I could have both vitality and physique for just an insane health bonus, I guess. It's kind of silly to spend anything upgrading flawed versions of mods, right? Wait till I get the real version. That's supposed to be pretty good for survivability, right? Yeah, I wonder if you could make ammo a... I guess it feels strange to me as a new player playing a character with a gun that I basically never have to worry about ammo. It feels weird that enemies are dropping things constantly and I don't know what any of it is, and then I'm just passively, like, absorbing shotgun ammo drops without even realizing that that was a thing. So I'm sitting here wondering, like, is there a different way to do it while preserving the gameplay experience you guys are talking about for, like, guns that are balanced by not having very much ammo at all? Like, I could see getting rid of ammo, and then having guns that are special and use ammo and cause enemies to drop things that need to be collected in order to restock them, that only appear for players with those specific weapons, instead of it being a global feature that's irrelevant to a lot of your new players and a lot of your new guns.
For new knowledge. Show me your dedication to the sanctuary.
Synthesis completed.
You found something my sentinels missed.
All mods are at least cheap to upgrade.
You will make an excellent hunter. I will decipher as we agreed. It is of Tenno origin, with an anomaly from before the Orokin Purge. This knowledge must be synthesized. It belongs in Sanctuary. I have created a blueprint based
That'd be a
on
nice
its
first step.
biological
Yeah.
properties.
Just don't even spawn ammo that I don't have.
Both may become enlightened by it.
I guess you play the game enough, you know what all the ammo looks like, so you see it on the ground, you're like, oh, I run over there, I'll get my shotgun ammo or whatever, but... It makes exploring levels, like, super confusing for me. I guess it's better than the insane, I can't believe this is really in a video game in 2021, loot explosions in Path of Exile. Talk about baffling. You mostly see ammo you can't use. Right, because other ammo that drops, the pickup radius is so large that you just
Hunter,
get it instantly,
you know
right?
what to do. Construct the item I've given you. This knowledge could empower us both.
Operator,
On the fabricator?
Hurry up!
1 minute.
The Cephalon has requested.
1 minute.
What is this? An antique Series 2 Cephalon? All I found were degraded beyond repair, but you're still functional. Your abilities could be of great use in my sanctuary.
Oh, well, it's nothing. I'm... Ortis is honored by your compliment.
Little pink ear. 1 pink ear. Oh, wait. Wasn't there... Oh my god. Am I making this up? Did I have a dream about this? Is there a mechanic in this game where you get pustules on your body that are good? That you go into a little pustule popping room and you pop the pustule and it gives you something good? Okay, that wasn't a dream that I had. That's an actual mechanic in Warframe. Okay. Scorch, you got a disco ball.
Sent out some kind of signal. Operator, I feel...
Is it like Pokeroos in Pokemon?
Is silent in the calm.
That's spooky.
Hushed and empty is the womb of the sky.
Disgusting, is it not, Operator? Ortis would enjoy
Purging this.
cleaning this room, but sadly this vile mass serves you and your warframes. A necessary evil.
Was this in the game from launch? I just love the idea that every new player playing this game is wandering around their ship, and with basically no fanfare, this fucking thing is in your ship.
I have traced the source of this message.
Oh yeah, it's the tumor removal room.
Thank you, Samaris.
It's fine.
Operator, no! Have you lost your mind?
Whoever we're dealing with slaughtered the Grineer searching for the codices. It must be going after the corpus next. Get there and intercept.
They added a spooky room, and then they added a space virus. And people who played Warframe read the patch notes, like, oh, okay, that's a cool mechanic. Let's see how it works. Spreads from player to player. But you're a newbie like me, you're like, what the fuck? There's stuff in this game that feels like borderline, like if you were trying to make a parody. I keep comparing it to Path of Exile, but it's the same. Like seeing those loot explosion screens where the game literally crashes. Like if you were trying to make a Barkley Shut Up and Jam like looter ARPG parody, I feel like that's what you would do. But it's in the real game that is the most popular ARPG that's out there right now.
Detecting any tenno here.
There may be information stored on the network.
That makes sense, yeah.
Be prepared for heavy resistance.
No, it's cool. Like,
Can't do this without you.
I'm super into it. I love the idea of space virus. I love the idea of special thing on your ship that removes tumors. Like, that stuff is cool. I'm just blown away that the game is not interested in getting me on board with it. It's just kind of there. It has this, like, OBT dubs quality to it, right?
And get ready to defend.
Oh, I forgot to pick up the data mass. Fuck. Have you ever been playing a video game and you kind of think you understand what the setting is like, and then you, like, visit a new town and there's just cat people? And no one acts like it's weird. Like, yeah, the cat people are just part of the society. It's like, well, you set the expectation that there are cat people in this universe a little bit sooner. Ease me into that idea. I'm willing to accept it. I'm willing to even be enthused about it. Yeah, because I have to like put it. This is a mobile defense mission. Okay, I guess I need to pay attention to what the quest mission actually is, since they're piggybacking on existing quests. When I go to load up the level.
I'm in, Tenno. This will take a moment.
That shot speed upgrade is really nice. Can I get a thing that lets me reload faster? That would be even nicer. Can I turn on like red dots for enemies on my minimap? Is that an option? I know I can sometimes see the location of like a group of enemies or the enemy that I have to go after. But I wish I had something like a radar that showed me, let me estimate density.
Continue to defend.
There are mods for that. Oh, like, not like player mod, like in-game mods. Oh, is the gun close to being maxed out? I didn't even notice. So that wasn't good enough on radius. Either on frame or companion. Okay, I would like to have that turned on. Is it a easy to find one? Likely that I already have one. Just haven't equipped it.
We are finished here. Move on.
I remember my super jump. The loot radar, I think I already have one of those. It's basically irrelevant because the only loot that pops up that matters is the star. Everything else is just going to get auto picked up, right? By vacuum.
Location reached. Drop me in and defend our position. I'm in, Tenno. This will take a moment.
Keep spreading it to everything else, right? And I can tell if they're infected because they'll have a bunch of little damage numbers coming out of them constantly. Was that there when I played this game last? Like, I know the infected counter in the bottom right was, but I don't remember if I could see millions of little blue toxic damage splats coming out of enemies.
Working on it. Continue to defend.
That's a little helpful in terms of player feedback. I think I'm slowly kind of getting Warframe vision, kind of. I still don't feel very confident that I know what to look at. Like, I only just now realized that there's a shield and health meter for defend the terminal on the top left. Most important information ever, and it's in a 9-point font in a corner of the screen I have no reason to look at during normal gameplay.
The odds were against us, Tenno, but we did it.
I really want that HUD maintenance thing you can do in Final Fantasy XIV, where I can just, like, I would literally drag all of these things right to the center of the screen.
There you go.
Aura gets passive enemy radar, but otherwise you need a mod that's 0.3% drop from one specific new enemy type that I haven't seen yet. Maybe I'll do Ivara next then. I'm probably just gonna buy frames rather than try to craft them. I don't mind throwing a couple more bucks at the game. I think I still haven't paid full price for this yet in terms of purchasing. So platinum is the viable currency. One from the Nightwave, except it's not there all the time. Are all of the frames, in terms of like buying them with US dollars, roughly equivalent in price, or do they scale with how difficult they are to farm in the game? Not even close, okay. I wish this game wasn't free to play. I get that it's very possible to play and earn it yourself.
Chroma. I haven't seen one since. No, it couldn't be.
But it is. I have information from the network. I will form another blueprint for you to make physical. The hunt is not over.
How did you do that?
You used to know, Ordis, but you've lost those memories, haven't you?
I seem to have misplaced them.
Robots talking to robots.
I could restore them. In time, we could reverse your decline, heal your malfunctions.
I had a better fever strike, right? No, I need one more level up on that. Nice, Leon. So what's the range in Warframe cost in the shop? Like, what's the cheapest one and what's the most expensive one? Just so I have an idea in my brain. Spam this one specific mission until you get all 4 blueprints and then spend 2 real-time days crafting. I don't hate the idea of being able to earn the Warframes, and even like the process of earning the Warframes being
Chroma has been to the location
very
that both the
grindy.
Grenier and Corpus have found codices. It's covering someone's tracks.
I've played something like 4,000 hours of old school RuneScape. I clearly don't mind grinding.
Focus on finding their next location.
I think if you couldn't buy them with US dollars, I would like it better. I don't know.
Machine where we previously activated codices aboard the derelict ship.
Very good, Cephalon Ordis. Your potential is squandered here as a simple servant of this operator. It would be a shame for you to waste away here, as all things outside Sanctuary do.
We don't have time for this. Tenno, return to the machine before the trail goes cold.
Now I have a quest. Okay, cool. This is really nice. This thing I can click to just do the next thing has increased my ability to enjoy this game significantly. Starter frame is 75 platinum. A new flashy one might be up to 325. Okay. Gotcha.
Chroma is one of the most powerful warframes. Its ability
And how
to
much
adapt is unparalleled.
is it? Not a useful question to ask how much is one platinum. It depends on what sale you're getting it on and whether you're getting double plat or whatever.
I must have that other for my sanctuary.
But factor of 4 price difference between the cheapest and most expensive frames is what you're saying. Oh. Yeah, I guess the thing that's alarming is like, is there even a monetization model for this game that would work? That isn't the one that it currently has, you know? Is there any alternate way to do it, or is this the only way that it can be profitable? Do they make a lot of money on this? I imagine the whales spend quite a bit. It's a popular frame to sell prime parts for, since there's consensus that it's a correct pick for new players. Oh, interesting. Excalibur was pretty easy. Sword everything to death, you win. See. Now, I leveled up Excalibur as my first frame. There's also Excalibur Prime, which is the same frame with the same abilities, but just strictly better. And eventually I would get mastery for leveling both the non-prime and prime versions of it. Interesting. You can't helmet the prime Warframe. Those are words.
They've beaten us to it, but the damage is fresh. Be prepared, Tenno. Do not engage.
I need this information. Synthesize it.
We have everything we came for. Get to extraction.
Sure. Yeah, that makes me scream a little bit. A little bit of a psychic scream there. You know, something I'd love to see a developer of one of these, like, heavily iterated upon games as service products try someday would be a, like, a minimalist mode that's not permanent, that's just designed around new player experience, that deactivates basically everything. Tries to just provide the most streamlined possible guided experience that you can, that mostly remains immutable with future patches, right? And then once the player has been onboarded, then you can turn on the full game, where now you can see all the different options and weapons and classes and side quests and cosmetics. And because I think the problem is World of Warcraft has tried to do that several times, but instead of making a mode that is active temporarily and then disabled, they just destroy all of their previous complexity. They'll build an entire system in an expansion and then throw it out in the next expansion because it would be too complicated for new players to keep up with from one to the next. And so everybody loses. The new players lose and the veteran players lose because they keep resetting it. Watch the Notebook documentary on Warframe. I would love to do that. Is anything spoiler in there that would matter at this point? Like, the thing I would love to see from something like Path of Exile would be baby mode, where I pick a character and there's still a sphere grid, but only the nodes for the build that is appropriate are on the grid. So I still have to like go in and level up and pick the nodes, but it's impossible to pick the wrong nodes. Greatly reduced loot drops, you know, no league mechanics. And then once I get to the end game, I can turn all that shit on and I can have it on for all future characters that I play as, but...
Cephalon Ordis, through my teaching, you should be able to extract a blueprint from the hunter's synthesis.
From a mark.
Yes. Yes. I see now. I can do this.
This is but a
Reveals
trifle
the
of knowledge I
beast.
would give you if you were to join me in the sanctuary.
Sadly,
Almost
the
have a
scan was
level up.
enough, and Chroma escaped too quickly. Unfortunately, we've run out of places to look.
Knowledge is the path to the singularity, Ordis. I have more of it. I have a codex piece and know the location of another machine.
I have to do that from this menu, right?
Cephalon, why did you withhold this information?
You withhold as much, Lotus. My motives are above substance, above you. I will direct this hunt once we glean all we can from Cephalon Ordis' good work.
Last time I tried this, it was somewhat trivial. They become difficult eventually. It's weird that they only let you do it once per day. Like, it exists to stress you out for no reason.
You have proven your skills with weapons, Tenno. But what of your endurance? Can you survive this onslaught?
Try. You have a time limit, okay. I think I already killed the one that I infected there, so that I don't get to imply new infection around. Am I supposed to be able to see how many more I have left to kill in the time limit? Or do I just have to survive for this the time listed? I'm worried I'm gonna fail now. Just survive, okay.
A formidable performance. This test is now complete. Another job well executed.
Loadout slot. Mod capacity. And that's just like, I get mastery rank pop-ups whenever I reach a certain total level across warframes and guns, or is it just frames? I like the hammer.
Let us begin the final hunt. Defeating Chroma will allow us to synthesize it.
Slinger.
Only then we will learn the secrets of its controller.
Operator, this sounds dangerous.
Surprisingly a long quest.
Cephalon orders, please. You must learn to collaborate with me if you are to be my eternal steward of the sanctuary.
I would be steward of your sanctuary?
Ours, and with a full retrofit. Total mimetic restoration.
Abandon the operator?
Yes, the operator deserves a newer, better ship, Cephalon. I think this is probably for the best.
Then it is decided. I will prepare your data transfer when your operator has completed this hunt. Tenno, I've marked the location.
Okay. Talking in Discord recently about video games that clearly have a rich and storied setting and background and
Activate the machine.
lots of
and then
lore,
prepare yourself.
but like the way the game is structured, it just has no interest in bringing a new person on board with any of it. Like, I'm sure that there's optional stuff that I could read in like the codex entries or whatever to understand the motivations between the different computer robots that are talking to me right now. I know Ortis I've been dealing with for the whole game, but this quest just kind of comes out of nowhere, right? Maybe it's the kind of thing that's fun to like debate on forums or in the subreddit or articles on the wiki or whatever. But the game itself is structured in such a strange way from a story perspective. But clearly the story matters to whoever wrote the lore Bible, right? It's actually interesting because, like, what was it? Destiny 1 has a bunch of really, really cool, interesting lore, but none of it was in the game. It was all only accessible on, like, an external browser page. And it was just paragraphs and paragraphs of text codex entries instead of something that was presented, like, diegetically in the plot of the game. I see. Oh, it's so interesting to like have a story, have a main story quest that's in the game, but like isn't accessible at the very beginning. I have to wonder if it was always that way. Did this game have like an early access phase where it was just, hey, we made this really cool like movement looter shooter? We don't really have anything story-wise for it yet, just come run these dungeons like you would in Diablo or whatever. Remember when we went to that planet with all the like the cool mining song? It was like, what the fuck? This is a ton of effort out of nowhere.
Knowledge, Cephalon Ordis. My knowledge will preserve you forever. This operator will pass, as do all beings of substance. It is our purpose to learn from the results.
But just using the scanner on...
Enough. You want to be eternal steward of the sanctuary, do you not?
Like, I can kind of see where they're going with this whole Samaris versus Ortis thing, but I don't feel like I was, like, introduced to Samaris the way I would normally expect to be introduced to a character. And it's not just because I wasn't able to give it my full attention because I was ranting about Warframe at the time, like... Early beta phase where you could buy founder packs with exclusive rewards, like Kickstarter-esque, I see. Yeah, I'm just wondering if the game originally was like super story focused and then that stuff ended up getting cut and then moved around, or if it just started very gameplay focused and only recently is getting story with like modern patches. probably too far away to infect anything. Maybe one thing infected. Okay, if it's safe for me to watch the documentary, I'll try to watch it before next episode. No story or lore to speak of when you started. Okay, that makes more sense to me. That it began without it at all, and it's only kind of being added now. After it's been out for some time. Very interesting phenomenon. It happens in films too. You get like directors and production teams that are interested in like production design is their specialty, or set pieces, or special effects or whatever. I think to some extent it's probably zero-sum if they put the amount of attention on the story and the way it's presented to the player. They would have to lose some of the attention that they put on the core gameplay loop and all of the cool different Warframe abilities and all of the neat patch content they've added, right? So it's not like it's a why don't they just problem to be like, well, why doesn't this game just have a great story that you can follow from the very beginning instead of 30 hours in, right? I get that that's not possible to just do. When they added some of the major story beats, they balanced them for what was at the time the average active player, and then new players just have to level up a bunch to get to that level and get mechanical familiarity with the game before they can do the story content. Yeah, that's actually not dissimilar from the way Final Fantasy XIV feels to me, where I haven't played it since they streamlined the Realm Reborn story content, but Realm Reborn was really janky. Bunch of characters for 1.0 that if you didn't play 1.0, you have no idea who these people are or why you should give a shit. You would constantly do bullshit fetch quests that meant nothing, and then occasionally you would do something really rad and important, and it made it really difficult to tell when you were supposed to pay attention and which characters were actually going to matter in the long term, right? So if you can survive the vegetables of Realm Reborn and make it to the modern expansion, suddenly the story becomes very comprehensible and very traditionally written, and feels like a normal Final Fantasy where you have characters with motivations who are properly introduced to you, set up and paid off, right? But to fully fix the... Did I just fail? Fuck. I saw the health in the corner, but I don't know how early I failed that if I just let the thing get hit too much at the beginning of the mission. I can start the heck. Thank you. I didn't realize that I even had that as an option. I'll go do that now. As you may know if you played 1.0. Yeah. I don't have it right. Do I have to buy that to be able to make it? How long is the range on my 4? So it's both tasty and easy? Sounds like no
Activate the
downside.
machine and then prepare yourself. Chroma will be lured.
Action vendor in my ship. Okay, I'll check that next time. You know, I feel like I was talking about how it seems like it's really easy to play Warframe wrong, and I already am. But I imagine you could even play this without realizing like how to move. The game kind of tutorializes it, but it's not clear that you can move like 10 times as fast by doing this slide roll thing constantly everywhere. Curious if anyone watches like blind Warframe streamers and if any of them just like walk around like this constantly, you know? This is where enemy radar would be really nice. I don't want to do any farming if I can avoid it. I'd really like to just focus on story progress. But if there's one thing I would farm, I would like to farm the enemy radar, because I think it would give me better situational awareness of this game. Even if I just had it on as training wheels temporarily. Five waves remaining. Bullet jumping was a bug. People use it to fly. They embraced it and added bullet jumping. That's cool. But it felt so good to do that they just like made it a feature. Is there like an enemy who's stuck down there maybe? I guess I can let my machine shield fully regenerate before I go kill it. Wait, is there an enemy stuck all the way back here? Like the waves are gonna spawn right back over there and I'm gonna be in trouble. That's amusing.
Results.
But the operator is in danger.
Knowledge, Cephalodornis. My knowledge will preserve you forever. This operator will pass, as do all beings of substance. It is our purpose to learn from the results.
But just using the scanner on...
Enough. You want to be eternal steward of the sanctuary, do you not?
It's just a glitch that enemy spawned so far away before. Can't jump anymore, that's weird. Oh, I literally can't jump. Is that like oh, there it goes. That's really strange. have no energy, right? I can only really get energy from orb pickups from killing enemies if they drop them, right? Feels like at this level, using my 4 is probably a waste of energy because if I 1 and then 3, everything will die rather than just be stunned, right? This one guy is alive. I can try to leave him alive so my thing can regenerate a little bit here. This is gonna be really hard. Barely surviving the early waves. Panic 4, you mean? Still no energy, really. Can I cancel the follow-up animation? I thought there was a way for me to cancel an animation here with the hammer slam, isn't there? Yeah. Shit, getting my ass kicked. Can I even do this one with other people? I might need to, because I could get more energy so I could routinely keep these guys poisoned. That would be one thing. It does regenerate health. Just let the thing regen a whole bunch here. A little bit longer. I'll let the health get back up to close to 16k. It's this 12x thing in the bottom right corner of the screen. I'm actually looking at parts of the UI now that I can focus on anything other than what I'm doing right in front of me. It's like a meter that keeps refilling. Is that like a combo for staying in combat? $16K. I wish I had some just slow energy regen. Wouldn't even have to be particularly good. I thought there was a way to animation cancel out of this hammer slam. I was like really quick about it. I can roll out of it maybe. Yeah, I think that's right. I'm on my 1,000 already. That was fast.
Comes first.
Orders, free yourself of this.
Shut your oscillator, Samaris.
Operator, use the scanner on the chroma. You do not have to kill it or risk yourself. You can release it from its control with the scanner.
Like that. How many scans do I need for it to work? Like that, basically?
Now, Tenno.
Oh.
You have done well.
Yeah, once you have the thing from the story to get energy. I was thinking that from previous sessions that, like, it seems like the game completely changes once you actually have the ability to get energy reliably.
The hunt is over.
For now,
Okay,
these
thanks, Herb.
scans will be an incredible addition to Sanctuary. I will continue my search for the source of the voice and its domination. Return to me, and hunt again, Tenno. I will reward you.
More importantly, the operator is unharmed.
You disappoint me, Cephalon Ordis. I was offering a greater purpose. Healing. As steward, I would have restored your lost
So I feel like
memories.
if you're trying to get the most enjoyment out of experiencing the different frames, you should try to play the frames that have the most boring abilities in the early game when you have no access to energy, right? So I probably started doing Saren way too early. So I feel like she would be a lot more interesting once I have enough energy to just be constantly throwing infection bubbles around and popping them. Alright, so I need to get Heck, which is not buying from other players, right? That's buying from somewhere on my ship. Which was a thing up here? Not the market, right? I don't remember where this was. Before I do the quest, I do want to, or continue with the junctions. I do want to go do the weekly thing. Get more endo. Oh, it is the market? But this is not from other players? Just buy it with normal coins. It's cheap. Oh, that's kind of cool. Not ever happening, but kind of cool. Where do I get neurodes? I'd like to try to get that before the end of the episode if possible. Let me go do the weekly quest.
Operator, did you hear that? It said...
search on the screen. That would be
Cosmic
great.
background radiation is a riot.
Rhino is an early frame everyone recommends. He's a big tanky dude with a fuck you can't die button. You drop on Earth missions. Can I just go to Earth and run around shooting stuff until I get enough of them? Is it relatively common, or do I have to like focus anything? Okay. Yeah, I think after Saren, I'll still ask for advice from chat as to which frames to use. I'm probably going to ask for the boringest frames, which seems counterintuitive to try to get somebody hooked on the game, but I think I want to save cool frames like Saren for when I have some kind of access to energy regeneration that's not just the orbs on the ground.
Welcome to Maru's Bazaar. You trading? Hey.
That's
Welcome
right.
to my bazaar.
I'm looking for
all over
Ayaton
the
treasures,
system.
right?
Trade. Lucky for you. I've got a hot.
And is this going to give me
Spirit.
statues or
Let's go.
stars? Let's go flesh pile. Destructible resource node. Rhino, frost. I could try farming for one and buying another one.
Time to go to work.
It looks like Saren's gonna get checked in soonish, right? All right, so if I recall correctly, when I did this last time in September, this was extremely rough. There was this room that I kept falling down and having to start the whole mission over. It was very frustrating. But the first time I did it, I felt like I had a much easier mission, so probably just comes down to memorizing the map layout.
There's no doubt in my mind that an Ayatan treasure lies somewhere in this derelict.
And you never want to sell statues until after you fill them with stars.
You, on the other hand.
I think I sold a statue last episode without filling it, so try to avoid that this time. I think I have a statue on me right now, but no stars to put in it. The timed part begins close to the end here. Shit. Do I need to go up in here? I'm confused. Oh, this is the one I did the first time, I think.
Oh, wow. This looks dangerous. For me. I mean, you're gonna be fine. Promise.
Yeah, the one that I was struggling with before that was a couple weeks ago. I have no idea where it wants me to go here. There's an objective marker, but like a wall jump thing, I'm already gonna lose. As someone who likes being able to sight read in games, I really dislike this challenge because I don't get a chance to actually learn where I'm going because it takes 2 minutes to get to the end where I'm actually supposed to figure out where to go. There's a pressure plate to hit at the top of the platform. And I have to walk back to her every time, don't I? Such a weird choice of objective to have this very tight parkour thing that I imagine is trivial for most players of the game who are used to it.
Welcome to my bazaar. Do I have any leads on you?
Especially once you do these for a few weeks and just memorize the layouts.
Okay, you know the
Yeah,
drill.
it's
Get
very
in, get the Iatan treasure.
baffling.
Don't get killed. Simple, right?
I think this is the easier one than the one I was dealing with. There's like a wind tunnel at the bottom that if you fall into it, you fail. But it also seemed like the timing was extremely aggressive still. I can't tell if these doors are supposed to be openable or not. Is this meant to be a...
There's no doubt in my mind that an Iatan treasure lies somewhere in this derelict. And yet, I wouldn't set foot in this place.
Yeah, if the intent is to make you better at parkour, like putting that on a weekly mission and then having it be an aggressive, like 30-second trial at the end of 10 minutes of running is it's a very odd way to go about trying to get that skill set in your player base.
A juggernaut nearby? It will only attack when it senses high concentrations of infested blood. Slow the fight if you want it to go away.
It was like a repeatable quest that you had to farm, and it immediately started with a parkour challenge, and you were encouraged to do like 50 of them in a row until you got really good at parkour. Yeah, exactly. Because the area, you're meant to just ignore the whole area and just kind of rush here, right?
The juggernaut has moved on. It's safe to proceed.
Maybe that's trying to teach you how to get around in the game faster or something? I don't know. This feels very strange. This feels like those labyrinths of ascendancy or whatever, trials of ascendancy in Path of Exile. Weird, arbitrary, incredibly important
Well, this should be fun.
thing that you're supposed to do.
You should stretch first. You know, limber up.
And the other one. Sorry, am I... These doors just supposed to open? What the fuck? Why did... What? Kill me, God. I don't understand. Oh no, not this one. I didn't realize I could get a different one.
Don't look now, tin stuff. There's an Iatan nearby. That's what we came here for. Your job's done.
Wait, I have a time limit to extract, too? Go back. What does the final pressure plate do? It's weird, like this whole level seems to be laid out with a very intentional way to progress through it, but then you can just fly over the whole thing. I just feel like I just dropped out of the air for no reason. Apparently I'm stuck.
Heavy infestation ahead.
Our chests in the statue room that are worth opening. Okay. Can't go back now. Okay. I don't understand this game. Why can I no longer jump up? Is it because I'm stuck in the whirlwind or something? I think I got lucky the first time I went through here. The fact that the wind is affecting my ability to jump upward is not super clear, to be honest. Is there a thing where I can only gun glide for a certain amount of time before I just like straight up drop out of the air? So there, I would be able to go in here and open some oh, Jesus Christ. I don't hate Warframe. I actually am enjoying this game quite a bit. I'm excited to get to the good parts of it, but I hate this. I hate these levels. I don't like this at all. I'm shocked that it's in the game and that it is such an important source of one of the most important resources in the game. I'm very sorry. Okay. What the fuck? How do I even get out of here? Can I get out of here? And shoot the lasers to stop them from shooting lasers at me. Okay. Yeah, I'm very sorry if anyone's like super into those missions or is mad at me for hating it. Completely baffling. I think if you just load it into a quick little parkour challenge with no enemies. Okay, so if I want to put gems in my statues, do I have to talk to Maru to do that? Is that something I can do for my ship?
Hey, did you hear? Hi. Welcome to my bazaar. Tenno from all over the system come here to trade. Need any pointers?
Escape, mods, equipment. Leviathan treasures. There's an amber star. They both require amber stars. Amber stars I can only get by randomly finding them in missions. I have to click the actual 3D model. God. Okay. that's an unlock. Oh, Jesus Christ. Video games.
offer you something special. Just remember, one per customer.
What is this for? Is this? Guess I'll take the one that I don't already have. Why did it only happen there and not when I actually logged in?
Anything about orders in there?
Okay to read my inbox. Is that over here? I thought it gave me a prompt for it before. Oh, it was a daily reset 7 minutes ago. Okay, that makes more sense. Thank you. Inbox. Go away.
Conflict reveals nature, reveals truth. Hunter, you have worked.
Yeah, we already did all that. Okay. You breathe. This game has an enormous amount of cruft. I'm gonna go to Earth. And we're just gonna do a mission on Earth. And we're gonna try to find stuff to make this shotgun. Yeah? Is there a particular map? I guess we'll do capture, because then I can finish the mission and then dick around on the map for as long as I like, right? Yeah.
We received intel that somebody vital to enemy operations is here. Find them and capture them.
Okay, so if I wanted to try to farm for the enemy radar mod, how would I do that? What would be the most efficient way to do that? I think that would honestly be an enormous quality of life upgrade for me, and it would make me better at Warframe on the whole. If I could just see the way enemies spawn in and the way they group up, even if I didn't have it on all the time.
Capture them quickly before they escape. We cannot let our target know we're here. Track them down quickly.
Quick Nightwave to see if you can just buy one.
Mission complete. The captive has
God,
been
I don't want to buy
escorted to
anything
the
from other
extraction
players.
point. Well done.
I hate... Okay, so I'm looking for a fleshy resource node somewhere. It's a rocky resource node. Do I get less XP for killing stuff here because these enemies are easier? Like, is it so little XP that I should just ignore everything, or is it still worth shooting stuff occasionally? I don't feel XP in this game at all. XP here is going to be nothing. Okay. Like, I see when I get level ups, I guess, but... White part of the bar is new XP. Okay, let me try shooting something so I can see it go up here. Oh god, I remember this. This is the codex scanner? Okay, yeah, I see how basically nothing is happening. I still haven't seen any of these fleshy resource nodes. Drops from these rare Grenier mobs with fire swords. So is it any map with Grenier on it? And it's a 0.3. Why would they make such a quality of life? Like, that would just be something I would expect by default on the radar. Why is it so rare? Holy shit. Only high-level Grenier maps even have them. Okay. So, is it worth it to go on the open world map at all to find, like, resource node spawns like this? I'm trying to decide if it's just I picked the wrong mission and they're more likely to spawn on certain kinds of missions. Open world has totally different resources. Okay. I guess I'll try exterminate. Do have an upgrade for the hammer that I want to go grab really quick. Thought maybe I would pop onto an Earth mission and grab these right away, but if I do a whole nother mission and don't find this thing, I'm just gonna bail on making the heck. It doesn't seem worth it. Oh wait, no, I just have one that I can swap it to, right? There it is. Mariana, okay, thank you. Which is exterminate. Does it matter whether it's a lith fisher or not? That's a thing where you have to, like, bring an object with you to evolve it or something? Is that last episode we found out about that? There's a little node for it to the right of where I level up my mods or upgrade my arsenal, right?
There is a large platoon of Grenier Marines stationed here.
Not
Leave no
ferrites.
standing.
Rubito. Yeah, I remember that now. I think we did one of them last episode back in September. What is the blue thing on the map? Is that one of these frame fighter character data? Okay. Is that thing below me? It really is, isn't it? Wait. Is it just... Okay, thank you, Walter. Fleshy monster things, okay. So, is the relatively low XP... If I came in here with a really low level, like, pistol or something, could I at least get decent pistol XP? Amos boss drops neurodes guaranteed. I see.
Heads up, a Grineer assault team is headed your way.
Nice area. So I haven't seen one of these. Oh, they spawn more dead ends. Do they have to spawn somewhere where it would make sense? Like, it looks like a fleshy thing, so it's not going to spawn in one of the factory-looking areas, right? Only in one of the gross-looking areas. Am I just getting really unlucky to keep getting Robito and not this thing? I see. Consider those all as just the resource nodes for the stage. It's the rarest one. Okay. Love to try to focus on a pistol, but I feel like I've seen more Robito than Ferrite. Perks of RNG, I guess.
Is broken. Well done. Now get to extraction.
Probably just ignore the enemies now, right? Because they probably can't do enough damage to me for it to matter. Oop actually does hurt me. Okay. Alright. Rares are one at a time. So would I need to find 5 deposits to be able to craft this thing? Maybe I should just go do this boss. I feel like this game almost only makes sense as just play the game a whole bunch and then see what shit you naturally get without paying attention, and then see what it lets you craft, because it seems like the targeted farming aspect is really rough. It makes it strange to me that they even like make it so that only certain enemies, certain factions, or certain maps can drop things in the first place, right? Instead of just having everything as an equal chance of dropping everything, you know? So either you bump into it or you don't. Well... Oh. I got 2. I don't remember shooting 2. I don't remember seeing any at all. Passive resource income later on. Random drops from enemies. Is it fairly rare from enemies? I think I need 3 more, so I don't know if it's better to just do that mission again and just shoot everybody really fast. Because I need 3 more? Oh, where do I go to this Nightwave shop? Here?
It's that time again, dreamers.
Maybe what I was looking for here. Oh yeah, the enemy radar mod. I can't search, right? I have 0 credit.
Let's get back to it.
I'll try this one more time. Maybe I'll just get some drops again. Battle Pass. Oh, okay. I see.
There is a large platoon of Grenier Marines stationed here.
Oh, well, that one spawned immediately that time. Okay, well, I just need 1 more now. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. I have to actually finish the mission to keep that, right? Incredible. Just 3 back to back. That's what I was expecting the first time I zoned in, and I was like, well, I guess they don't spawn. Thought I saw another one. I know all about cruel mistress that is RNG. Farming for a 1 in 512 drop the other day and went 2,000 dry. It was not fun. Are there numbers on what the actual rate is for it to roll ferrite versus rubido versus neurodes? I'd just be curious. I feel like I saw about, I don't know, 15 nodes that first time.
Broken their ranks and they are on the run. Another successful mission. Find extraction.
Another one? more than enough from that mission alone. Hilarious. Because the XP wasn't actually that bad. So, I'm losing rep, and I'm negative on rep. I probably just shouldn't look at that. It's going to stress me out. Okay, let's get this thing crafting for next episode. Holy shit. Oh, does it go to the top when I can make it? I'll include that in my future Marstead notes. Just constantly pissing them off. I didn't see any gain in faction. Okay. So I did the thing I wanted to craft. It's requesting that I do a quest. But I think I'm going to do junctions. Now, is the recommended quest always going to be something that gets me towards junctions and the like eventually? I'm wondering if it's better to just do that than to do what I've been doing. I could try getting to Bale again. To do this. Wait. Did this mission type change? I thought this was the bad one. This is the payload, right? Did it just let me go skip the intercept mission even though I failed it? Okay, it looks like it does prioritize something that I have active. I wonder if I maybe started Heart of Deimos, so it's trying to give me a one click for something that I already have in progress over recommended tasks or something.
We are here to hijack a Corpus rover loaded with valuable cargo and escort it to our extraction point. We have to move quickly. Once the Corpus realize what we were trying to do, they will use everything they can to stop us.
Being able to animation cancel that feels really nice. Not very good at it still, but... Is there preparation to replace the hammer? Starting the payload moving.
The Corpus have remotely corrupted its power cell. Hold on. I will reconfigure the rover to draw power from your shields.
Yeah, this is hard. I remember this now. Fortunately, I have that aura with extra health. It moves independent of whether it's getting shot, but if it's getting shot, that could be very bad for me, right? Well, they died faster than my power-up needed. I could go check in a second. I need to focus on moving this thing first, if I recall from an earlier version of this mission that I failed, not understanding how it worked.
far, so good.
Like, end up moving backwards too, right? The computer does something to it.
The rover is reversing. Get back in range as soon
That's
as
it.
possible. Looks like heavy activity ahead.
Now, why did it let me skip the... Oh, shit. Did I just get ran over by it? Didn't realize that was possible. Why did it let me skip the intercept mission? Ew, cussive rounds, pistol. New just means I don't already have a duplicate on it, not I might not have had it in the past and then sold it, right?
Keep going. That rover's contents will be a huge boost to our cause.
Like if I did have one in the past and accidentally sold it, oh shit. It would still say new when I got a replacement, right? Okay, cool. How much further this thing has to go, but these missions seem kind of hard.
The Corvus are pulling back the rover. You need to stay close to maintain control. The rover is taking damage. The Corvus would rather destroy it than let us escape with its cargo. You have almost reached the extraction point. Keep fighting.
How is this
Corvus
guy's
has
too?
regained control of the rover.
Didn't realize I could ride it, but I guess that makes sense. This is fun.
The rover is reversing. Get back in range as soon as possible.
Oh shit! Did it immediately give me a shield that I can use?
The
Yes.
Corvus have regained control of the rover.
Because that turns off all of my infection, doesn't it? Come on, Rover, you can do it. First try. Went much better than my last experience with hijack missions. I like those missions though, because I feel like I can't just like face roll them. I don't know if other people feel this way about Warframe or games in general, but if a game has a lot of mechanical complexity but is face roll, it's like that combination usually saps my interest to get good at it and keep playing it, right? It doesn't have to be like brutally hard. But if I feel like I can get away with not paying attention, that's makes me sad most of the time. Bow is probably another thing I have to buy with credits. Totally calculated. It's just called a bow. 15,000. This would tell me if I already had this, right? Would warn me before getting a duplicate. I can build that right away. That cell you told me to pick up. Thanks. Owned and mastered. Okay.
If I may say, operator, your chosen Warframe suits you. Ha ha.
So leveling up flawed equilibrium isn't necessarily a waste, sounds like. Making sure I don't happen to already have an enemy radar that I just didn't realize. Curious if I have anything to put on this little guy. Little guy, I mean this little guy. 3. They're all just copies of ones I already have, right? Okay. They put a lot of points into vacuum, that makes sense. Do these things respawn after they die in a mission? Cryo rounds, rupture. It's basically using my pistol things.
Operator, are you enjoying the view?
Even flawed equilibrium is worth the investment. So I can do so pretty cheaply early on. Oh, it's going to exceed the capacity of Excalibur, but I'm not using Excalibur, so that's okay. And I could just keep another copy of the flawed version of it if I find one. Maybe if I had leveled that up sooner, I could have been enjoying Saren more. There's no reason to use Excalibur ever again, right? Just to be clear. Hey, exterminate. Blood mods come from tutorial missions only. Okay.
Eliminate all Corpus threats.
Very much limited by my reload right now. But it'd still have the problem where playing as Excalibur would be a waste in terms of gaining XP and mastery ranks, right? Because it would no longer be gaining any of that. I imagine there's some crazy endgame state where you've already mastered every frame and you have the highest mastery rank and everything that's flows forward from there, and now you can finally play the game, play with all your frames that you like. Having a good frame you might need to pass a difficult mission, and then you can go back to the one you're currently working on leveling, you mean? Interesting. Like that laser is the main source of my enemy situational awareness, which is a really bad thing. My little option drone lasering something. Kingdom for an enemy radar. Like, if I could buy an enemy radar in the store for like US dollars, I would, which seems really awful, but I just hate not being able to know what the density is around me. Why is this enemy so crazy difficult compared to everything else I run into? Is that a manual pickup? The fuck? Hack? I only get one chance to hack it? I don't think I could have been fast enough there. Damage reduction from the front. Oh, there were bubbles that killed my shield? I saw that I had no shield, but I didn't see the bubbles. I think I have more energy now from the equilibrium upgrade. I've only been keeping my fingers off the 1, 2, 3, and 4 buttons. Oh, you can right-click to turn them counterclockwise? Okay, I didn't realize that. Thank you. That part felt impossible just because of the minimum time to turn them clockwise. I was worried right-click would be like a back out. Had I successfully hacked that thing, would anything good have happened? Just like it would have served me for a while or something? Okay. It wasn't like loot that I missed out on or something more permanent. That little blue circle on the ground.
You have broken their ranks and they are on the run. Another successful mission. Find extraction.
Cryo rounds. Specific corpus enemy that drops a bunch of blue bubbles on the ground. Yeah, stuff like what you're talking about with a game-wide event to hack certain numbers of a new enemy, like, completely makes sense. If you're just playing this game since around the time that it launched and following with each of the new patches, I imagine that each individual new thing they've added has been super easy to keep up with. I don't remember hacking these things all the time.
That's right. It's just you and me, Pat.
Okay, so the reason we did Bale was because it was a prerequisite for Saturn Junction. Now we have to do Themisto. Which sounds like a boss fight. Gotta do Thebe first. I don't remember what sabotage is. Is this, This isn't the same as Spy. Alad 5. 5 or V.
Elemental condensers, helium-3 processors. Alet's facility is consuming Jupiter's resources on a massive scale. Operator, you certainly have an eye for strategic targets. Otis has marked key infrastructure for demolition.
Get in there and kick.
Access the facility.
This wasn't one of the ones that I wrote down in my text file as being a mission type to remember, so hopefully that means it's not a problem.
First targets marked. Render them non-functional. Helium-3 processors are key to the operation of this facility's reactor cores. It would be a shame if something happened to them.
Have to do a computer to make the blast shield go down, I guess. Thanks for the tip about the right-click rotation. Okay, poison gas. I see that now. Is there poison gas all around this room? I feel like I was still taking damage there after I felt like I got out of the way of it. I'm even taking damage right now, aren't I? My screen needs to be like completely green, I think. I can just shoot the blast shield down. Okay. What is hurting me? Something bad is happening and I don't know why. No, I'm not done in that room yet. Hold on. Is it just like whenever you break one, the room is like got radiation damage now or something? I'm on board with that. That makes sense. I just don't see how that's conveyed to me other than if I'm watching my bar in the top right corner.
Most efficient, operator. Ordis has located the next bank of machinery.
Said, you blew up a reactor, so now there's gas everywhere and you gotta get out. Got it. This is something that I found that Diablo 3 does really well, like
The heart of Alet's operation, his profit center.
there's all kinds of different elite affixes that matter throughout the whole game, no matter how strong you are. And just something they've done, they must have spent a lot of time on getting the animations just right, because it's really easy to see them. You know when something has an arcane modifier, or when something has a frozen modifier, or molten or whatever, like it's super clear the instant it pops up. And like even if you don't know what all that shit does, it's enough of an obvious visual effect to know that it's bad, that you don't want to like walk in it, right? And this game has a little like poison gas thing on the ground sometimes, but it looks like the actual area that can hurt you is much larger than that visible gas cloud. At least in that room I was in earlier.
Now, turn your attention to the reactor core. Locate the console and initiate the overdrive sequence.
It might be that a lot of the indicators that I'd like to see in a game like this just wouldn't work in the 3D perspective, that it works in Diablo because it's top-down, so you can always see everything. But stuff like, I don't know, a bubble around creatures you've infected that shows the infection radius when they die would create, like, performance issues or something, or not be as useful as I'd expect, because you wouldn't be looking at the creatures with those bubbles all the time. A little orange mist filter on the screen in that room, but it was super subtle. Yeah.
Overdrive sequence in progress. This will take a few moments. Do not allow Allied's personnel to reverse the sequence.
Ooh-wee, they're trying. That was pretty awesome. I think I finally used Saren correctly for once. There were enough enemies that it made sense. Try to get my shield back here. Oh, and there's even a little thing that tells me if my number 3 buff is up. It's in the top right corner next to my health. This is the first time I've seen that. I swear, this game puts the most important UI elements in the place, if you're not familiar with the way Warframe is laid out, that you're probably least likely to look. Where are these guys going to disable this? I don't understand. Yeah, I see that now. I don't understand why. Like, don't they have to be at the console to disable it? Oh, it just ends the mission. I thought I would just get a chance to hack it again. Cool. Was there more than one console? Okay.
Elemental
Through HUD interface. By customization.
condensers.
Hold on. Might actually be able to fuck with this. I might have been complaining this whole episode. YouTube people screaming in the comments, you can do the thing you're asking for. Or not. I saw UI customization and got all excited. This is the opposite of what I want. HUD margins. I just do them as close to the center as possible. It's gonna look terrible. I'm curious how awful this is going to look. We're about at time, but I'm going to see if I can finish this mission.
Elemental condensers, helium-3 processors, Alan's facilities consuming Jupiter's resources.
Oh, that looks completely terrible.
Operator, you certainly have an eye for strategic targets. Ordis has marked key infrastructure for demolition.
Get in there and kick.
Perfect.
Access the facility.
Now I can fucking see everything at least. Okay. It doesn't need to be this bad. I'll tone it down. Is it HUD margins? Put these back. That's fine. I might actually want them on 300% though. Oh, actually, let's just set this to default and I'll just try the scale. I honestly just want to move some of the HUD elements near my cursor. That's all I want. What do they look like at 200, for example? Really big, but probably see it in my peripheral vision at least now. Curious now when there's a... I wish I could make the HUD that size without it making my mission marker that size. I don't need that thing to be so huge.
First targets marked. Render them non-functional. Helium-3 processors are key to the operation of this facility's reactor cores. It would be a shame if something happened to them.
Okay, so there's just like a light orange filter in this room that's always on.
Most efficient, operator. Ordis has located the next bank of machinery.
I wish I could adjust each of the HUD elements sizes independently. Like, I don't need the health to be that big, but I would like the little poison skull in the top right, which I've never noticed before, by the way. I'd like that to be that big. Yeah, exactly. I'm actually curious if I did the opposite of this, if I kept the HUD small, but try it. I kept it small, but I brought it all the way in, if that would look any better for me. HUD margins. Maybe, actually.
Elemental condensers are the heart of Alad's operation, his profit center.
Smash it up.
I'm glad I don't play this game on like 4K or something, because I imagine it would be even worse. I guess to summarize my issue, it's like, I think that there's a lot of really important information that appears to be only conveyed via on-screen HUD text, not also conveyed with like something visible on your character model or on your reticle or something.
Turn your attention to the reactor core. Locate the console and initiate the overdrive sequence.
Once again.
Overdrive sequence in progress. This will take a few moments. Do not allow Alan's personnel to reverse the sequence.
Which there's like a little exclamation point if someone's trying to reverse the sequence. There's a little red thing if someone's trying to reverse it there. Now I can actually see those things. Incredibly. Is there a point where you're just safe because of the amount of time remaining versus the amount of health remaining? It's impossible for them to overdrive it, or can they like have multiple units overdriving the same, reversing it at the same time and the same panels?
Success! Core melt initiated. In a few brief moments, this facility will cease to exist. May orders suggest
Running for your life.
Fun. I'd be okay with it being up there for like having a clean UI, it being small text and stuff if the same information was redundantly reproduced elsewhere, you know. Okay, I gotta leave a bunch of future Marstead notes. Okay, future Marstead, read the entire text file as usual. Let me quickly summarize how Saren works again. You're almost done with her. But Saren's 1 puts poison on stuff. That enemy has to die from your own attacks, not the poison for the poison to spread. Or you can activate your 3, which puts poison on your weapons and kill or shoot the enemy, and that will cause it to spread to everything around it without it having to die. So what you typically want to do is if there's a group of enemies, throw your 1 on one of them, activate your 3, and then shoot them, and they'll all get poisoned, and then just fuck them up. But it's hard to do that. Now, there's a new feature, which is up here, which focuses on the next quest you can do. You can click on that. Unfortunately, right now, it's focusing on kind of an unimportant side quest. So keep working on the Saturn Junction, which is going to require you to do this Themisto level, which is an assassination. And then I guess just keep checking out. You haven't done much of Europa, and you wouldn't have done any of Saturn, so check those out to see what new stuff there is to do there. Crafting-wise, you're currently crafting a new shotgun called a Heck, and a new melee weapon called a Bow, so switch to those as soon as you finish maxing out the shotgun you're currently using and the hammer you're currently using. The hammer, when you attack from the air, which you can't do in the ship, but when you attack pointing down, you do a little slam that knocks people down. You can roll out of it to cancel the animation. When you are upgrading stuff, here, for example, you go to upgrade. When you click mods, this is where you get to the menu to upgrade your equipped mods. You click fusion after selecting one of them to add more upgrades onto it by spending endo. Everything else I think is in the text file. Oh, no worries, Walter, I understand. Yeah, I was just not even seeing it. I think that's everything to mention for now. So that'll be it. Thanks, folks. We'll be back with more Warframe in a few months, probably.